Okay. And finally I'm able to play this. It did take me some time. But I've been waiting to play this game. I was unable to. Well, due to some reasons. But I was looking forward to this game. Even though I never played the original. And by original I mean the tabletop RPG. I'm somewhat familiar with it, but I never played it. Of course I'm gonna try to start something assassin like. I did check out a bit of it. Oh, let's go with this one.
Bring glory to my bloodline.
Deliver their demise.
Success is the only outcome I accept.
Blood and behold the wrath of madness.
Engage the engines.
White burn. So I think I need more perception? Or something like that. We have perception here on the fortress world. Crime Lords, Fire Plan, Skin Modifiers. Ballistic Perception, Midikai. Yeah, let's go with this, I guess. Okay, what are the other? Let's go for the Kremlin then. Darkest Tower. Still with the bunker bullets. Okay, let's go. You were arrested and thrown out intimidated. Let's go with this one maybe. So yeah, I wanna go the assassin route. It's gonna be an operative, I guess. Oh, that sounds nice. So yeah, even though I'm unfamiliar pretty much with the game system itself, I know it's based on a D100 roll. So weapon skill, not perception, not ballistic skill. Okay, I'll have to go with the commissar, I guess. As well as increased perception. What else? I have 2 more buffs. Let's go for initiative then. Let's go with this ward. Forgiven. Daring Destiny. Destiny Hunter. Intercept the Stars. That sounds pretty nice. Yeah, there's gonna be sound strange if I'll able to get the care proficiency. Also, apparently the game wasn't in its best shape on release, and then as we're fixing bugs here and there. So I hope it's in a much better state right now than it was. Maybe the fact that I wasn't able to start it right after the release is a good thing.
An excellent place for contemplation. One has the best view of the cathedral from here. Mesmerizing, wouldn't you say? An impeccable manifestation of the God Emperor's sublimity.
Yeah, dialogue. Here you can learn more about current events, influence the characters you are speaking to, or even alter the course of the game's narrative. Your character's personal story depends on the dialogue choice you make. Available dialogue option that is displayed on the right. Select the button. Respond to the internet. Only in an awe-inspiring sight. Friendly such as success can shine at times. All these ostentatious luxury. This level of methods is allowed to make more thinking at time. It's meant to compensate any glorified compliments. Let's go to the point, I guess.
Allow me to introduce myself. Conrad Voigtveer, Master of Whispers, in the employ of Her Ladyship rogue trader Theodora von Valencias. At your service. I haven't had the pleasure of speaking with you in person before.
Okay, he's really polite. You can follow our encourage on highlight words, learn more about them. The tooltips will be compact back and extending the world again to next few minutes. Order highlighted when they first appear in the text, pull up dialect box, seems very fine in terms again. Okay, something here with a unique hereditary title. Warrant of Trade was tasked with exploring and exploiting the still uncharted regions of the galaxy for the benefit of mankind. Let's go with the
My
second.
regards, Lieutenant General. The Astra Militarum is the hammer of the God Emperor, isn't that what they say? Well, it is likely that fate will give you ample opportunity to demonstrate your talents as a commander. I will be frank with you. You may forget your past titles, no matter who gave them to you, or what their origins are. From the moment you and the other candidate were brought aboard this void ship, your fate changed. You now serve Lord Captain Theodora von Valencias, and carry the burden of an heir of this house. Henceforth, you share your dynastic name with Her Ladyship. Bear it with honor.
Yeah, let's go.
But
Talking
of
about
course,
more to the
I have
point.
come to invite you to a meeting with Lady Theodora. I imagine you have many questions for your patroness, and I'm sure she has just as many questions for you. It is regrettable that you haven't yet had an opportunity to speak.
Let's lower the audio a bit.
It has been an arduous voyage thus far. The Lord Captain and Master Edelthrad von Valencius are conversing on the observation platform. Let us join them there.
Let's go then. Trade with other desires to personal meet with the person written the Warrant flagship has time with the brilliant. Who you heard from Deacon and down his body is no one cared from left towards it.
I always have a backup plan.
Interactable objects. Some objects of the game can be interacted in a special way. They are marked with specific icons. Some icons to start objects. I will transfer the charge to just small and 3 seconds become visible when your character is standing close enough to the interactive objects.
Always keep your eye on the prize. I always keep my options open.
It seems like I've been expecting I can loot here already.
Let us not dawdle.
One of the Von Valencius trophy rooms. Perhaps you would like to take a look around after your audience with the Lord Captain.
What's happening? Run! The servitors have gone berserk! To arms!
A virus, I guess? Oh, this guy is not gonna survive this battle? Okay, the other one didn't. Also, the game a turn based on take place on every read. Return can move, attack, or use their other abilities. That's something that is quite character there. How far can it move under turn 1 if it corresponds to one solo that moving diagonally is more costly every second diagonal. Cell uses 20. The beginning in which your movement points are stored to the maximum value. Now the character starts moving, this section can no longer be cancelled.
It's as good as done. Taking calculated risk is in my second nature. On it.
It seems like I don't have any other weapons. Because I have an empty inventory, which is not strange. Why is my perception debuffed? Well, whatever.
Don't let your guard down. Your end was inevitable.
What suspiciously poor timing for such an accident. Servitors malfunction on the officer's deck at exactly the same moment when the rogue trader and her heirs are gathered here. I have blocked all passages between the upper and lower sectors of the residential decks. If this is a deliberate attack, it should stop the culprits from advancing their plan.
That's not discussing I thought it is.
I'm afraid I must remain here. For Lady Theodora's safety, I have to oversee the execution of these orders personally. I hope you will have no difficulty reaching the observation platform on your own. It is just at the end of this corridor.
Check out everything here first. Let's look. What's this? Pilot launch. Closer illumination turned out to be a handcrafted object. Symbols carved with a tool visible on their surface. What's that? Interesting. So this is some kind of a museum. The series of hands seems smaller and would seem because of the margin was a short circuiting. With the mass nets, mechanicals in the stomach of beds.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust. I always have a backup plan.
the first time I'm seeing any lifts.
Is
in
there
the
money to
Imperial
be made?
spaceships. But it's pretty obvious that there should be some.
I always keep my options open.
Simply rational, Theodore. Says the man dressed in peculiar garb, exposed tight attention to his face, however, which is colored with skin. Stares in a grimace of displeasure and disbelief. Assimilation to the trade structure would be political and economic suicide, practically an admission of heresy. And I do have a voice actress for that Theodore. Pins in her gaze, your cybernetic eye, flesh and crimson. And so there's an alternative that will satisfy me. I've just scrapped the situation no worse than my seneschal could have done. Make decisions what we would do with Aeon 6 Edelthrad. Second. It's still pretty high. Passive skill test. Or Warp succeeded, or Xena succeeded. Spirits could have been the nice replaying of dangerous notes. Consider the hypothetical situation. Aeon 6, a new world on the fringes of the Coronos expanse. High seismic activity, regular magma eruptions, metamorphic rock deposits. Prospects for large-scale mining. The world is populated by natives who worship some heretical underworld spirits that protect those who offer sacrifices. Flights of fancy, you might say, but attempts to install or extracted have failed for the second time. The mining crew sent to the plant service simply vanished overnight. My question is to you is, what would you do with this poisoned treasure? Okay, let's see what we have. What options do we have? The spirits could well be a native's name for dangerous elements. I would first verify that in the case of it's Xena worship. Let's have in mind, which we're going to mind, because several psychers to do so, but don't give us the answer. Get some connections and ask me if Imperial Guard Regiment will take care of the natives. These reports of spirits certainly sound like evidence of heresy, however, interest first, no matter what means, use. And reports for the good of the Emperor. I'd say we should go for the second option. After what presumptuous, it took me a great deal to find one psycho who could serve me well for many years, yet you speak of several. Potential psychers are rare and reliable instruments in control and order. These heretics follow the facts of God on various lights. It would be rather careless if you utter such profanity in the presence of his faithful servants. You understand was still more than you could do. Find your tongue more to the pool. Kindly up to the marriage. Let's go with the first one. What's in his for you? Okay, this lady theater. Your presence has such a profound effect on me that I forgot the time. Alright, post ceremonial and takes his leave without sparing you another look. Maybe the Xena's answer was the better one. Hey, I'm back. Had to do with some other things. And to return in service of the good emperor of humanity, and my rights and freedoms are vindicated by a most sacred work, the Warrant of Trade, kept aboard this very vessel. Mine is the honor to venture into the darkness beyond the Imperium and carry humanity's light red powers of its heretical links. Greed and bold death and ruin to us all. It is my decision alone to determine the fate of whatever I find past the bounds, the explored voids. Every world I discover alone will all there is to find their own resources, people, riches, and mysteries is mine by right. I command millions of lives, rule over numerous planets, and possess fortunes that no planetary governor or commander could dream of amassing. And you, Vindicator, are one of those with the one malicious blood in their veins. and a rightful claim to this inheritance when the hour comes. I'm ready. Oh yes, you would be, wouldn't you? The question is, I'm ready to choose you over the rest. You came aboard hours before the warp jump and have not yet distinguished yourself in any way. All things currently stand, I have doubts that you are suitable for the role of the rogue trader. Blood right alone is not enough to earn the high honor of becoming the bearer of the Warrant of Trade. Nonetheless, your abilities and talents may yet prove useful, if not for the role of Lord Captain, then for that of their closest ally. Alas, even these responsibilities cannot tend to be too challenging for those who share your blood. Conrad Voidqueer. Served me for many years before he made his mistake. The Master of Virtus is related. His kinship to me is the most distant, as is yours. Nonetheless, he does bear the name of Von Valentius, even if he avoids using it publicly, and as such, strictly speaking, can be considered my heir. The door, however, is close to him. Voidqueer's performance in his current role is satisfactory, or is used to be at least. Naturally, some have yet to arrive on board, but you have had the pleasure of meeting one of them. Ethelred may be somewhat disconcerted by the scale of the responsibilities that may potentially fall upon his shoulders. Oh, I have a good feeling about him as a candidate. Impatience, I'm really fond of impatient people. They are not as quick as the randoms and circumstances and more eager to show initiative. Which is already as my success, I will still require loyal advisors. The skill and knowledge required in your former life may prove invaluable here in the Corona's expanse. Seriously, the astronomical time is a trial from which very few people emerge with their life. That you have rising through the ranks of the Imperial Guard and assumed command of an army is a testament to your astuteness, both on the battlefield and in the tangled net of officer intrigues. I assure you, the company that the rogue trader keeps will offer you plenty of chances to demonstrate both your diplomatic skills and your combat prowess. Moreover, Theodore chuckles silently, even changing your family name will not rid of your pain you previously garnered. I will also help you bring glory to the Von Valentius dynasty, to which you now belong. Some time before the navigator gives the signal to initiate the void ship translation out of the warp, and my presence is required on the bridge. An incident took place on our deck. Some services were. Where is the your ship headed? It's my current responsibility as gracious Lord Captain. Surely in ways I can prove myself. I would like to add both 3 and 4. Microsystem, the domain of rogue trader interscales one of my peers and rivals beside me. 2 other traders exist in the Corona's expanse. And each of them possesses resources comparable to mine. Perhaps he will want to assist Housewound Valentius is surpassing both of them in affluence and splendor. Set the course for record on the demand and the message she gives you a sterile condition. For a very specific reason, perhaps I shall yet apprise you with the purpose for this was, but now is not the time. Observe, learn, absorb. It will take time for you to find provisions aboard this vessel, and in opposition eventually I will find a post that suits you, suited for an adult trap. Until that time comes, consider yourself my aid. In that case, I shall head to Sturgeon Point on adjacent decks. Seneschal The reader as is protect the new blood. She glances at you. It's possible that the glance chance to prove your work may present itself sooner than I have anticipated. Really? I thought there are artists on the board. And they have the tattoos.
Your arrogance will be your downfall.
I will level you!
Combatants' act turns in their order is determined by initiative roll. The order in turns is displayed on the left side on the screen from bottom to top. The very bottom goes first, then the one above them, and so on. That's a lot of people. But that's not a lot of HP on each.
Death to the heretics! Pain and duty go hand in hand.
Block adjustment, then ability to perform attacks in range of like pistols and shotguns are an exception to this rule. Those can be fired at point blank range. Use courage to avoid enemy attacks. Cover the character can hide behind the mark with shield or a shield with a skull. Stand constantly. The character will take up an advantageous position indicates the chance that enemy attacks will hit the cover and not the character, and then increases the character will not receive bonus if being attacked from a side not protected by the current cover.
He never stood a chance. My gut tells me it's a bad idea.
This increased damage equal to the character's critical damage stat. Characters can release 150 of their normal damage by default, however certain talents, effects, and abilities can increase it. Each damage has its own critical damage stat which is added to the character's token. Stat will during an attack. Additional hit chance. Armor penetration 15, solid projectile. Are there any notable enemies? Guess there are none. Momentum. A special combat users require freezing unique abilities called hero effects and desperate measures. These abilities can be only used once per round for the entire party and once per battle for each character. Oh yeah, the question is, if I'll carry two pistols, you'll be able to attack twice.
Oh, my ears are ringing. One fewer target. Die!
That's a lot of damage. Positive effect. The character has a temporary positive hit from an ally. Such effects can enhance your character's capabilities in combat in some way. To know about the effect, you have gained color cursor of the text icon next to the character's portrait. Now stop shooting. Yeah, that's mine. Kill them. From Theodora, ballistic skill until the end of combat. Until the end of combat? I think I should try to kill that guy, but I am able to reach it. And I'm unable to reach this one as well. Well, crap.
I'll see to it personally.
Okay, this guy got lucky.
No!
And he's gonna survive.
How do you like this?
I took care of this one. One fewer target.
I have seen many an officer who panicked at the sight of combat on their upper decks. The false sense of security offered by their position makes them that much more vulnerable to the harsh realities of the warped travel. She makes the most hand. All I can hear is lifeless static. Morse has gone on ahead to the path for us. If you want to make yourself useful, go after him and see if Arc Militant requires aid. And be quick about it. Okay.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
I suppose this is the way?
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
If ever on the deck, you should always a chance to the fighting zone. You could set your chronobite. And more these Icelands. Unfortunately, Dark Militant looks back at you. Captain send you to Chiasalunk. We are all done here. I'll report right away. Mort pulls his box from the belt and heard the reports on the situation. The surf whispers, what is happening on my ship? The Vox net is silent. The Vox masters don't respond, and armored assailants have stormed the officers' decks. Deck and Arc Milton just destroyed several more heretics on the way here. Is this a severe case of warp madness? Have some of my crew lost their minds and forgotten who they are and whom they serve? Reports. I have not yet received word from the engineering regarding any Jellerfield failures, but communications were already unstable half an hour ago. Now they have ceased altogether. Whatever the cause may be, the consequences are spreading fast. I am receiving scattered reports from the middle decks, and the only voice cast from the lower base are on the way, heretical gibberish. That the madmen have already reached the officer's deck suggests that this outreach was planned in advance. Perhaps this is an organized mutiny. Mutiny in the warp, a mutiny against the Emperor's and none. Execute the traitors, every last one. We must provide immediate assistance to those still in the middle decks. Perhaps we might stop this wave from spreading. So in case of warp matters, then the situation is dire. First we have to confirm that the breach is going to secure and I have means to do both. Must not use an arm. The sector aboard the ship that others have been assailed by the warp. Pose a greater threat to himself than others. And of all other madmen with improvised weapons. Try to locate him, but the last thing known about the word is that arrived at transitional deck 18. Listen, this is sister battle both enemy remains by side. Arc Militant with me. I must go to my study, and it appears that might encounter heretics along the way. Who take care? Yeah, we were captain of heard of the disturbance and bring build her back. I could use some support action. Well, I'm not as that directing the Femtenia and the house built it and taken into consideration all her psychic powers. I suppose the whereabouts of all red by here. Unsettled with care. And then and bring him here in whatever state you find him. This elevator runs messages leads to secret compartments such as my personal chambers and the bridge. Do not let me down. I will do the descent. I mean, I do have a necromancer powers, so he's already dead. He's already dead. And away. Oh, so he was the traitor all along. This is the reason why he had a voice acting from the very beginning.
Careful, careful. Be gentle with our guest. He has an important mission to complete during our visit to the Warrant Chamber. And for that, I need him breathing.
I suppose he needs my
Oh,
DNA.
you're back with us, I see. Delightful. How perceptive of you. I'll help you with the next
I did buff my
insight.
perception.
I need you here for your blood. You have the option to share it. We
Told you.
are in the anteroom of the Warrant Chamber, this void ship's most hallowed vault. There, beyond those gates, lies the relic that gives Theodora all of her power. The sacred Warrant of Trade. Only one obstacle remains on my path to obtaining it. The gates of the chamber are guarded by the Sentinel. An ancient device that will only open the door to a true heir of the dynasty. I expected to do this part myself, but never mind. You will offer your blood to the Sentinel. I may consider it, once you have done what I need you to do. Why? Because I am following an order. What is happening on this ship right now has been in the making for a very long time. All that remains is to obtain what my master sent me for. The Warrant of Trade.
I hope there is a traitor move after I'll push the 3.
There's a good boy. Then go to the Sentinel at the gates of the Warrant Chamber and fulfill your destiny. I had hoped to feed Edelthrat.
Skill test dialogues. One of the available dialogues requires making a skill test, and like with persuasive test, which is made automatically. In this case, you can decide whether or not to select an option. Consistency of which will depend on the results. Successful affects how the dialogue will develop, depending on the context. Matches the course of the conversation, alter the character's attitude, or perform an action whose consequence will only become apparent later. When personal, the dialogue option that requires a skill test. And it's a tooltip. detailing your chances of success. The number after the skill's name indicates the difficulty of the test. As your character starts traveling with allies, the party member will find with the higher score in the applicable skill will be selected for each test. %75%. Computator. Indicate whether accuracy a character with human likeness built into the front panel. As you approach, it turns out twitches slightly. This is a servitor, an ability automaton created from a lobotomized human being. Turns its head to on its size a bit like that, to a bit like. Succeed. Carefully inspect the design of the character. What immediately catches your eye is a strange alloy that was used as material for the machine's components. So which are unfamiliar to you. Suspect this might be some kind of architect relic. And that's all. Temporary event, puncturing your skin and sinking into your flesh. A few dark drops fall into the surgeon's throat, and immediately you hear coming. Sanitary motors start up and pumps steer into motion. The mid screen of the character flickers. Didn't you feel sick? Perhaps if you were to lean against the gate, you could catch your breath, maybe even close your eyes and pretend none of this ever happened.
High levels of caustic humus. The subject is in a state of heightened stress. Do you require assistance?
You do not understand where this quiet voice is coming from. Cracking black static, it is somehow like a better is it coming of your very mind, whichever is you can clearly hear every word. Yes, I do need
Request
assistance.
accepted. Initiating defense protocol.
Thanks!
There is still another way.
And he has a void shield apparently. I think they protect the massive doors are made of heavy metal. And look impeccable. You know that Bama a villain, but the true word of his document I point this person to be the bearer of the Warrant of Trade and bestow upon them to be the paragon of humanity, unbroken by adversity, to walk bravely first into darkness to unite and reclaim what was lost. To triumph over nightmares untold, to hold only the reins of fate, to walk steadily the road of thorns through pain and to greatness.
Escort the child of the house to safety. Distance from the current location to the nearest arsenal. Initiating situational calculations. Voxcast frequencies disrupted. Initiating setup. Establishing connection.
Try to contact the bridge if anyone can hear me. First impact.
Communication protocols breached. Signal latency assessment unavailable. Unable to establish temporary obnubilation following acute stress. Mobile unit of the Warrant Sentinel standing by. Mobile unit of the Warrant Sentinel, designed as a personal escort of the child of the house and a means of communicating with the rogue trader's subjects. Mobile unit standing by. Middle and upper decks. Assuming the probability of safe placement in areas of concentration of armed units. Calculating. To prevent unauthorized units from breaching the warrant chamber, preemptive sealing must be initiated. The mobile unit will start executing the received order immediately after the safety of the warrant is secured.
As the game store unfolds, you will see notifications at the top of the screen indicating that the status of your current objective has been updated and then new information has been added to a journal. You can open the journal by pressing J or clicking LMB on the notification at the top of the screen. Journal entries help you keep track of the current events and guide your character on the journey. The quest that tracks the progress of the main story. Here you can find information about any quests you have accepted and their current status. Use the journal to help yourself understand where to go on the next steps in your adventure. The rumors and contract section also contain important information. You will learn more about them later.
I always have a backup plan.
Seal the chamber.
Master,
Abelard?
what? Whatever are you doing in the Warrant Chamber? How did you... Throne preserve me, what is the meaning of this? What? Serving the gods of the war? Kunrad is a heretic. Oh, Voidfear, you void rat. Madness. And this mutiny is likewise his doing, no doubt. Saints' blood! And it is small wonder that the heretics are so well organized. I thought his order to seal the passages between decks was his attempt to stop the attackers from spreading to other levels. But now I see the real reason. It was to stop the enforcers from intervening. At least you are alive, and now safe, Master. Alas, I doubt we can afford to look for a compartment to sit out this disaster. You're in a bad way. I can treat your wounds. I have a Medicaid kit with me.
Wow.
And
thanks
for the love of the throne,
everything.
now is not a good time to be
Especially
walking
for the
around the
sniper
decks
rifle.
without means of self-defense. Here.
While fighting, your character can lose some of their weapons. Your character has suffered an injury after being attacked by Conrad. This happens when character receives damage that exceeds 50% of the maximum wounds within one round. As that percentage of wounds a character must lose for their hit may vary depending on the difficulty of the game you choose. Injuries use the character's resolve. Skull fusion can long the character find in battle. It revives the amount of momentum gain and the beginning of the turn after killing an enemy. When the character initially suffers an injury, it is considered a fresh injury during the first 3 rounds. Once 3 rounds have passed, the fresh injury becomes an old injury. A fresh injury can be healed using a medkit without passing any skill test. Old injury can be healed with a medkit, but they require character administrating the treatment to pass a Medicaid skill test to succeed. Use medkits to restore wounds and heal injuries. Note that when a character loses all of their wounds, they fall unconscious. Once the combat is over, the wounds of all party members are replenished automatically, but any injuries they may have sustained remain. Those can be healed with a medkit. Medkits can only be used by characters who have the field medic feature, base skill Medicare, or have taken Medicare skill advancement at least once. When a character uses a medkit in battle, a Medicare skill test determines the number of wounds that will be restored as a result. Abelard can heal a character's injury. Click LMB on Abelard's portrait, select the medkit Medikit. On the panel, the bottom left screen, use the new character. Blair needs to be standing right next to a character for him to administer treatment.
I'm at your service. This wound will make a fine scar.
I'll make sure to return the favor one day. I have a nose for profit and a taste for adventure.
Go to new items. All items are determined. You can open the press and clicking on the interest screen weapons and price medikits can be used to replenish wounds and heal injuries. Can be equipped with this character. Yep. Unfortunately. But this weapon can do 15% armor penetration, solid projectile, dodge reduction, additional hit chance, rate of fire, range 15, max ammo 5. Dead-eye shot. Effective distance 95%, max distance 47 precisely, and shot with the effective range of a weapon and 10% hit chance. Single shot with ranged weapon. Oh, this sounds pretty nice.
That is a noticeable improvement. Now you're prepared for the trials ahead. The lower decks are teeming with heretics instigating the rabble to revolt. But that is the least of our problems. The ship's enforcers are rounding up the scoundrels and suppressing the resistance. The situation on the middle decks is much worse, although strike teams have already been dispatched there. All communication with the bridge and the engineering bay was lost. So, apart from scattered voxcasts, we have no information to go on. But that is not the worst of it all. All these jolts and shaking are most alarming. These are signs that the navigator and the master helmsman are having difficulty translating the ship out of the warp and into real space. I fear that they may have already lost control. We must reach the navigator's sanctum and get a handle on the situation. If we can manage that, some aboard this vessel may yet survive.
The navigator sent the verbal really. Let's go with the last one.
Come.
To arms, Lord, sons of the God Emperor, fight the heresy and corruption that threatens the consumer whole, and with all your might destroy those who have dared.
The Lord Captain is calling her crew to battle, which means the Vox networks are set up for broadcast transmission, not message exchange. Splendid. While the rogue trader inspires proper resolve to fight in her subjects, you and I shall prove that her trust in us is well deserved. Run, fools, or fall!
I will take you down!
During which characters cannot attack or take down actions, but may try to take up an adventurous position. Delete the character button island beyond their portrait at the top of the screen. And click on the cell you want the character to move to. Red cells are areas inaccessible to the character during the tactical phases. Each character in the party may move up to their maximum movement points, but cannot position themselves adjacent to an enemy. Like that, maybe?
took care of this one.
That's not the Seneschal's job. At your beck and call.
Ooh. This sounds like something alien. Reduced by static chance. Perfect shot. Okay, I really know this one. Sometime in the future. Okay, this one is the thickest of them all. And not anymore.
Just a minor setback.
The companions can get hurt by a burst shot or area attacks. W40k, keep an eye on the trajectory of the shots and their effects from their attack abilities.
Victory is in one fewer target.
I suppose
I'm not
you
interested.
cannot charge up close. That is pretty obvious.
I'll make it happen.
How the hell did I get 500 hits, critical hits with my party members? Experience points. You can advance your level character and companions prevalent in battles, exploiting the coin's expense and completing quests and the experience points. Once you have accumulated enough experience, your character gains a new level. Click on the arrow symbol on the character's portrait to open up level screen. Including abilities, talents, skill improvements, and other enhancements. Your companions gain levels at the same time as your character, even if you are not included in the active party during your journeys. You can always increase their level later.
Miscalculations are for commoners. I don't make mistakes. I make profitable learning experiences.
Let's go with awareness. Cruise, athletics, traverse, difficult terrain, difficult leap or collapse, navigate on slippery rocks. Responsibility to make creative applied by some poison, smell, or alcohol may give access to new dialogue options. Let's go with this. Okay, we can start looting enemies. Ready for their former belongings, but you can discover valuable trophies among them. Click on and defeat an enemy and speak not left for them. Oh, I suppose that's everything? It seems it is. I hope it's possible for him to use it in a two-handed manner. I dodge, you say? Other weapons which can be prepared in advance open your inventory and prepare different weapon sets to switch to different weapon set and combat press X weapon set and combat does not cost action points. Oh, that's great.
Keep your wits about you. Is there money to be made?
The navigator sanctum is directly along the passageway.
And so, he will enter the halls of the blinded guide and witness the radiance of the final dawn through the cracks and fall victim to a whim of fate.
Master, watch your head. Idira, would it be too much to ask that you phrase your soothsayings plainly for once? That was too close.
Sorry, old man. The voices are so loud I can't even hear myself. They shriek, they sing, they... Oh, Abelard, how they sing!
This is Idira Tlas, personal psyker and diviner of Her Ladyship Theodora von Valencius. Idira?
I'm not drunk, old man. I'm suffering the effects of the warp that is seeping through these walls. I see the ship's fate. To die in the waves of the immaterium, fall under the burning rays of the final dawn. The voices from beyond the threshold whisper to me. Sometimes their murmurs are clear, they grant insight. Sometimes they drive me mad. But I am patient. I know how to listen and discern. But now, with this clamor around me, Too many voices. Too loud. And you are Von Valancius, one of Lady Theodora's heirs. Well then, we finally meet.
Officers' frequency to all women hear me, those with a weapon in their hands to gather on the officer's deck at once. I repeat, gather on the officer's deck at once and prepare to launch a counterattack.
That's Ethelthrat! Oh, Emperor's Providence! The other heir lives as well. Quickly, we must head to...
Not so fast, old man. If we drown in the warp, Lady Theodora's heirs won't be any good to us. If Ethelthrat's like me and hasn't yet surrendered his mind or body to the mercy of the warp, then he can still hold on a little longer without us.
Blast it! You're right. First, we need to deal with what is happening here.
The whispers called me. The ones I could make out among all the screams and screeches. Those who are rocking this boat hit us where it hurt. They went after the navigator, our guide through the warp. Other whispers called me to the enginarium, but it was too late. I heard the cry of our master Cog, and the silence that followed.
You're the engineers.
What? You don't mean the Engineer Prime is...
Said, without a doubt. And the voices wail, heralding countless nightmares, cackling at each soul among the hundreds that are now joining the warp. The shriek from the Navigator's sanctum was louder than the rest. And it's better that we saved the Navigator than some lever puller from a cooling module or a cook from the middle decks. Oh no. No. Nothing is well about him. Can't you feel the chill crawling on your skin? The eyes watching you? The warp ice has already encased the bulkheads. But we're not just going to stand here and take it, are we? The state of things in here suggests there's a navigator around. Maybe one who's crippled or at death's door, but still kicking. And since our skin hasn't peeled off our faces just yet, his third eye must be closed. At worst, it's a little roughed up. So what are we moping around for? Let's go protect that noble mutant while we're still alive.
Join your party, which now consists of several characters. Select one character, click left mouse button on the portrait to select multiple characters, hold left mouse button, drag a box around them to select the entire body, and issue command once press backspace. So right left to the next one down on the floor.
Let us not dawdle.
It's very observant on you.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
The Emperor is with us.
I will level you!
You'll go for the Psyker. You'll take the guys on the left, I'll take the guys on the right.
Someone else can do this.
Really? Target's too close, you say?
I will do my duty. At your beck and call. Reduced to dust.
At least this guy is done for. Here is a psyker and an operative. As an operative, she can study opponents and identify their weaknesses. And her psyker abilities allow her to deal damage to them. There, the operative targets themselves.
I'm not so sure. Will do. What an unfortunate turn of fate.
Really? That's definitely what I've been expecting. The preferred target is that 3-cell radius didn't take your step bonus power. 1, 2, 3. So if only I was attacking from this cell, it wouldn't affect him. Oh well. Hologram. You can use the hologram to gauge the effectiveness of your intended actions in combat before taking them. Click a bit on it and cell in the click on the only accessible cell in the battlefield to place the character's hologram there. Select an ability. Single shot at it to see the expected outcome. Whenever you have picked an effective position for the action, or the hologram also lets you see the enemy will be within your line of sight. Oh, that's how it works. I'll no need of this guy.
Who if not me?
Why the sidestep though?
On it.
That's not the Seneschal's job. My place is at the fore. It will be done. Indeed. I took care of this one.
My bad. Here's a piece of this has become one of its wrong. There's a pink parchment-like skin stretched between the seat and the limbs that have too many joints for a normal human being. Navigators breathing heavily. The air is whistling to exit through the dark, gill-like slits. On its cheeks, the creature's eyes are shut, the two ordinary eyes, as well as the third one that sits in the center of its forehead. The master respired as still lives. About inches of the sand of the stretched skin and under the face of the creature. The servants are dead, but the chamber thanks an ember still sealed from the warp. Well, we have a chance of living this place alive. Wounded, exhausted, fighting back the endless horrors of the war, forcing their way into his head. He was upstairs but unable to lift his head and elbow with his long eyes. A dark drop across probably the first bit of the third eye. He held his face in the wind behind a black trail and then Tom is sure the voices came from the woods. Will at the base of the bizarre chair. Simply having him was able to produce fluent speech. To do what? There is some special place. This icon to last for the bread and its skin tunes open. However, the fusion between the body and the chair appears to be stronger than this. While the mutant remains seated but leans as far forward as he can. His layered raiment slowly turning crimson. The gilded slits burst open, forming two eyes screaming out like bits. Oh, turn these mortals and behold the final dawn. It came from beyond his body, is not his. It smashed under the zone of the burden of hopes and surely apart. Fingers with myriads of hopes and meanings. Important of salvation meaning. The navigator continues to convulse violently in his seat, looking at cackling, and then his feet stops abruptly. His face is drenched in blood and crimson. The dark ooze from under his third eyelid has turned from truculent as stream mixed with the blood coming out of his nose. There is purplish swelling around the eye. Free from this place while I still have the strength for what came out of it as a weapon breath. I can contain the intrusion but not follow it. Let's begin the translation within the blood, but it can be done without the master helmsman's help. I'm good to see how do you tell me how? From the center of the seal, I will hold on, and let the signal from the master helmsman, and commence the translation song. Oops, that was a different wrong choice. I was going for the fifth one from the beginning. We can only begin the translation with the assistance of the master helmsman. If he's still alive, it's worth a try. We must get to the bridge, but we will need support. Our option is to find our way to the officer's deck and join forces with Adalrat and his people. I believe we will also find Lieutenant Theodore there, which must have been called to arms. This house call relating towards her there. Yes, Piara's good luck and thank you. Does not give her responsible lecture fixed with Florida streaming from under the carrots and the road something. The base of the chairs bellowing out static interns burst with distinct echoes of other world nothing.
Let's not waste time with pleasantries.
Sometimes you consult the appropriate treaties on Tactica Imperialis and weigh every step. Sometimes, though, you just fire your biggest cannon and save the day.
A scrappy autogun. Oh, this one makes them bleed. And this is like the same exact one, I suppose.
I always keep my options open. Keep your wits about you.
Well, I guess you have to go back through the door we came in.
Ship's as good as ours. It's all over for you.
No, it's not.
I shall pity not your enemies. I shall heed not their pleas.
Especially if there is a system of
Somebody
battle
shoot these.
going for your
I
asses.
shall betray not your tenets, nor stray one step from them. Take not your gaze from me. Leave me not without your grace.
I told you he would protect us.
My God, my light, my Emperor.
With your margins to face your dark eyes blazing in the weapon, rivers in behind them. Recall it seems she's not going to stop and will instead continue to meet every target she sees, starting with you.
Sister Argenta! Sister Argenta, it is a relief to see you. We require all the forces we can muster.
Your face, it is unfamiliar. Who are you? The hour is dark and daunting. The ship abounds with corruption. The faces of friends who are twisted by smears of heresy. The eyes of comrades ignite with the archenemy's hunger. I will do what I must to halt the advance of the Dark Forces. But in these dire moments, little can be trusted. So I must know, why are you here?
Sister, I beg of you. Now is not the time for interrogations. The ship is under attack by heretics. We've been betrayed by our esteemed Master of Whispers. Edelstrad the Heir is waiting for our aid, and Lord Captain Theodora is expecting a report on our success. We are here to deal with the situation. So I suggest we all do just that.
If you speak truthfully, the Emperor will not forsake you. If you are lying, you will not escape his retribution. I cannot wait to rain righteous fire down upon each and every heretic!
Sister Argenta is a guest of the Lord Captain. And that story deserves its own time and conversation. Under more appropriate circumstances.
Enough idle chatter. I am where I must be, and that will suffice. Through this door, I shall join you, for it is my duty to the God Emperor to destroy this heresy.
We will follow. For now, we will hold off any heretics who might try to crawl in through the cracks to join the main assault. And we'll take a look at the generators while we're at it. Those villains made a mess of the cables. Oh, I wish we had a Tectomat with us. But we'll see what we can do without one.
Good to hear it. Sister?
Ready. May Terra's light illuminate our path through fire and darkness.
What is plasma banks? Just items? Oh, this one is a... This is a slightly better sniper rifle. You have received a new, more efficient weapon for your character. To upgrade your recommended weapons or you can select our weapon. You will find choose the item. You have to update your character's equipment in order to make them more powerful.
Fate and fortune favor the bold. Suppose I'll be able to trade them later.
Did you want something?
I always have a backup
Challenges
plan.
make the spoils that much sweeter.
I'll turn you into corpse starch.
Faith shields me.
Repair strength, energy weapons, and weapons that deal damage in an area. Another horizontal strength is your mobility in combat. Running gun is a unique soldier ability usually grants soldier extra movement points and reduces the cost of their next attack by 1. The soldier will also suffer a penalty to their ballistic cut for this attack. Running gun also allows the soldier to perform an additional attack with their ranged weapon, which is handy too if you want to make more than one attack with them on their turn. Once for each trains. This situation is built to increase the soldier ballistic skill, critical chance on strikes to the combat.
This is unacceptable. Not injured. I'm enraged. I'll do it. Each strike is a prayer.
Brace yourself, Abelard!
Anything else? On it. Be gone! Anything else?
At your beck and call.
Partial colors give you the opportunity to avoid enemy attacks. Full color indicates biased color shield reduces the chance of being hit by 6%. Partial color reduces it by 35. At the same time, the chance to hit a character behind cover may vary depending on the game you choose. Some cover can be destroyed by melee attacks, area attacks, and other ability to destruct your cover. Through with fireballs. The shot can penetrate through any color.
I'll see to it personally. It's as good as done. Another enemy down.
God Emperor, move through me! Feel the fire in my heart!
But of course. What an unfortunate turn of fate. Was it you? Or...
You a target. I'm not interested.
Or at least 2.
Never stood a chance.
What do you mean, Mist? He's freaking dead.
I'll see to it personally.
The enemy, I mean.
Cover me. Farewell. Damn it. Oh.
It seems I'll have to give some close combat weapons. Oh shit, I had a freaking pistol. Why didn't you say so? 6957. Some out again. This is sniper rifle.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Multi-key, your lock picking tool provides an exceptional opportunity to unlock an expendable item.
Rush not dawdle.
Wait, what is this then? Machine right set. A set of sacred levels on connected that appears to keep a piece the keeper of anything will provide an additional opportunity to call out the machine spirit and interact with that device, an expendable item as well.
I always keep my options open.
This door?
I always get the job done.
It's about to make a tech use skill test. You know, dialogue and during exploration you will often make various skill tests and there. Determine how successful your character's efforts are. Make hidden dialogue options appear or reveal new information. The success of the test determined by rolling a 200-sided die. Each skill test has difficulty up to 100, including negative values. To succeed, you must roll a value less than the sum of the stated difficulty and the value of the skill used for the test. For example, you're attempting difficult minutes 10. Your character's score is 40. 40 minus 10 is 30. Therefore, to succeed on tech use skill test, you must show 30 or less. Or less? The difficulty is -10. From greater to lower values. The greater the difficulty value, the easier it is. Oh. The easier it is for them to succeed on tasks. Skill scopes depend on the characters and respective character skills. Succeed in various tests during gameplay, develop different skills and earn their companions. Just says loot. Hey. That's some nice items, it seems. Winter gloves. The wearer gains a +3 to deck use. And what's this? Melt the charge. Well, let's equip the gloves at least. Unless we have somebody with higher deck use. Nope.
Is there money to be made? I'll learn from this mistake. Failure is just a temporary setback.
Duty prevails.
That's how you open the doors. It's kinda pity that I failed my multi-key.
Keep your wits about you. That's how it's done. Success is the only outcome I accept. Just as I planned.
Well, at least there's a bunch of new ones.
Always keep your eye on the price.
I better myself through my service.
Let us not dawdle.
+5 armor. Let's pass it to. Okay, let's get some level ups first. Fundamental removes the winded effect. Until the end of the combat, themselves regains the following bonuses: ballistic skill. The ability becomes available after the soldier kills 3 enemies. The kill counter is not reset between rounds.
Rise to the top or get left in the dust.
Usually source of a solution, trooper in the world. Just to you will lower your weapon. This practice moving to the world doesn't make sense to complete this standing lecture and you notice I'm muscle with his cheek twitching. Captain World, Captain is our treacherous. As much as possible, but you have to use battle make the other Warrant of Trade lords and sees battle to tell that you would like me to share the knowledge with power of reality. Eventually we have to make tough decisions based on their values, impact on goals, surfaces and their convictions. That can be out in three directions: pragmatic, iconoclast, heretical, which ranks the higher rank, the more ability, radicalization. Convictions are the more noticeable and world around them reacts their actions and decisions, promoting to the ranks of each of those three directions opens up access to new dialogue lines, events, unique abilities, and also change the day to give the modern stories of character. I can only be good because it's with certain conditions. When the convictions graciously change from watery, it becomes the character's main focus. When that happens, the convictions graciously can be raised above rank 3 and home. The character's souls having convictions on their own as well. It's probably dogmatic this time. The rush of blood in your temples and the horrible pain all over your scorched blood cloud your mind before suddenly retreating. As if driven away by some mighty wind, and your strength spreads through your veins. And despite the wounds, your body is once more ready for trial and struggle. Up your eyes and see a glow with warm light before you. There you are, this sacred symbol of impurity.
Master, can you hear me? Oh, you're alive. Which is more than I was expecting after what you just did.
Praise the Emperor! We passed through the flames! How can this be anything but a portent? For so it is said, that the Emperor will bless the worthiest and most steadfast in their faith.
Everything is in a tireless dot normal door. Could have put up notes and the rest of the people who were following have withered away and the pirate continues to age but no 2 steps ahead of you.
Indeed he does. Huh, if I hadn't seen it myself, I'd...
What happened to Lady Theodora? Did she follow us?
There was no Theodora, witch. There was an illusion, a temptation, a foul taint that tried to lead us astray. But he perceived its true nature.
Is that right, Adepta Sanctimonious? What, we'll just pretend like we didn't see the Lord Captain standing there in the fire? Abelard, you tell her!
Whatever it was, it matters no longer. Your conduct is bordering on madness, or holiness. A path opened behind you, where one moment there was fire, the next only smoldering embers remain. But what am I saying? My eyes must have deceived me. Too much smoke for my lungs. Truly, would you have received wounds like these if there had been no fire?
The wounds are merely a sign of a trial laudably passed. It is something to be proud of, the same as decorations or badges of honor.
Even if you participate in another way of pain, it does not harm. Your muscles feel strong and your limbs obey you without fear. And yet deep inside, somewhere next to your heart and stomach, you feel a certain tension akin to what the thoughts stream. You are at your limit. Be it adrenaline or strength or your faith, it will not carry you much farther. Hence 80 succeeded. Does not seem to have changed since it first met, but on the Trustworthy, his face has taken a strange hue, the skin and his temples appear scaled. His voice now has an uncanny squeezing quality. These are not traces of fatigue and stress. The psychic body has begun to mutate. That's the case of contact with the warp. That's what the book's calling. Second to wonder and yet I do not see the Lord Captain. Her acquaintance in our midst. I see receiving messages in her purse, but she is not responding to the direct request. I am last saw Lady Theodora on the observation boat. When did you and she part ways? I was at this very little adult front. Lord Captain, accompanied by the Archangel, headed to the chambers to retrieve an item of particular importance. To that, all the front to recover lost broadcasts. This is troubling, but the timing is inopportune. I'm still receiving fragmentary reports of a breach conjured. Arctur was spotted there, and given what's scant intelligence on his activities ahead of him, reminds me of the description of sorcerer's rituals. If that treasure can use it to witchcraft, he must stop him at once. things. Here to feel the disgrace of the frightened and exhausted lonely. Until next week, may the Emperor bless your days are short. See you on the field of battle. Chance to forget you.
We are the spearhead of the Imperium. Let's patch you up.
I owe you a debt. Is there money to be made? I know how to take risks.
Check out this. That's an interesting one. I think I need this one actually.
Keep your wits about you. Will lead us to fortune. Always keep your eye on the prize. I always keep my options open.
Oh, I suppose I have to go through this door.
The Whispers told me a secret.
I always have a backup plan.
It's too logic. I think I will do this on myself.
Is there money to be made?
There is nothing else here, it seems. have been great if I was able to move these walls. Change the angle.
Keep your wits about you. Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Suppose the sister is...
The Emperor sets my path.
Is a dogmatic one. But it doesn't have any additional armor. Unfortunately.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Theodora's Rosary. The very visible gains +10 to commerce and lore imperium. So
I have a nose for profit and a taste for adventure.
25, 40. Then you will be bearing it. Explore the large blood-drenched desk. The Milton's corpse still clutching a weapon, stumbled against one of the bulkheads.
Emperor, accept thy faithful souls. No! Lord Captain, I didn't hear a thing. Not a whisper, not a breath. It was so loud. Why didn't I foresee this?
Lord Captain, who would even dare? Unless that rat, Voidsphere. It could have happened in the heat of battle. Not to mention that Mort was here, and he would have protected Lady Theodora to the last. How could Mort have failed her so terribly? The Archmilitant was born on a death world. He had lightning-fast reflexes.
I can look at things in my own way. If you find something that might bear the imprint of the killer, just give it to me, and I'll try to see what secrets it holds.
Well, the cause of this is apparent. What turned in the rogue's treasure was an auto-pistol shot, an extraordinarily accurate one at that. Theodora's face bears an expression of surprise as the motion she experienced in life. Muscle catches your eye, a heap of blood-scattered parchment and scrolls that must have fallen off the desk. If you lean down for a closer look, you'll notice something else, small shards of glass scattered on the floor. Handwritten letter is here. And since the shadow was blind, the author of this letter addressed to Theodora upon Martians, signed it with the seal of one of the holy orders of the Emperor's Inquisition. Stefan's heretics, zealous, and other enemies of humanity. She was taken out by the Inquisition? Not a piece of shot went straight through Mort's forehead, spraying the floor and the furniture around his with blood, brain matter, and shards of his skull. The safety of the dark militant weapons is off. This killer must have been a split-second quicker than me. Shards. So like...
I see streaks of color, luminescence, blue lights, faces, drawing closer. Lady Theodora, and Conrad, and what is that? Ah! Something dark, enormous. Oh, this glass thing was something foul, that's for sure. Tainted witchcraft. It doesn't work like that. I can try to read the memories of objects, but dead bodies are a different story.
Yes, the crucible of battle.
No, wait! We must see if we can find anything.
Idira, you can't bring...
You'd give up so easily, old man? I expected as much from the sister. It's not like she has a heart. But you? Oh no. I'll get to the bottom of this. I'll find the one responsible for murdering the Lord Captain. And when I do, that scum will regret the day they were born.
How do I read it? Okay, that like this. As of circumstances has demanded your immediate assistance in our mutual cause. Forthwith, upon receiving this letter and performing the necessary preparations of the crew, you are to depart for the Rykard system. One of my acolytes, Interrogator Henriks von Kellogg's, operates there at the present time. On your arrival in this system, you will without delay make contract with him and offer the assistance required of you, after which you will provide him passage to the Furubanda system aboard your ship. On footfall, the interrogator will remove himself from your presence to wait further instructions. Anticipating any questions you may have, I will stress that the nature of Interrogator Von Kellogg's activities on Rykard Manor is no concern to you. If required, Von Kellogg himself will disclose the details of his mission. May the Emperor be with you. XC.
Let us not dawdle.
So she wasn't taken out by the Inquisition. She was assisted Inquisition.
More enemies to face judgment! We are truly blessed this day!
Spare none of them!
Light and medium armor. Armor protects the character from incoming damage. Light and medium armor types are both available to you at the moment. The armor stat indicates that 1% of incoming damage from an enemy attack it can absorb. The type of armor also infuses the chances that the character wearing will pass the dodge test. The higher the dodge penalty, the lower the chances to dodge an enemy attack. Character in light armor dodges attack more often, but takes more damage when hit. Medium armor absorbs more damage when the character is hit, but reduces their mobility and its ability to dodge attacks. Sometimes some characters use different types of armor more efficiently.
Victory is imminent.
Oh, so the combat servitor.
I'll make it happen. On it. Who if not me?
You will encounter enemies with various abilities and features. An icon next to an enemy's portrait will get that they are under the influence of some kind of effect. Could count that some of its own. If you wish to know more about an enemy, click. Okay. Heavily damaged. Servitor is heavily damaged. His damage, hit chance, and wounds are greatly reduced. Permanent.
Faith without deeds is worthless. Rejoice in battle! Doubt is for the weak.
Looks like this is the best position on the roll.
Is a prayer. As the Emperor commands, I act. Eradicated. I'll do it.
Spends on movement points, can only use attacking abilities at one turn. 76 damage.
What is this foreboding? Be gone!
It will be done.
Oh, so here is the combat log. Crash injury?
It's as good as done.
I refuse. I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury! As the Emperor commands, I act.
Oh, I should have used this earlier. Unless...
Doubt is for the weak.
On it. Not this scryer's job. Anything else?
Really? 1 HP?
At your beck and call. Reduced to dust!
At least it's not going anywhere. Dismantle and take the operative immediately inflicts one exploit on all enemies in combat, then makes a free attack against the target. That attack always hits until the end of combat. The target of this attack suffers. Is it both? The operative triggers an exploit on an enemy. The operative gains 1 damage until the end of the stacks. Weak body expose weakness also reduces enemies' toughness and willpower. Fresh target. Whenever the operative attacks an enemy that is at full wounds, that attack deals more damage to the enemy. Instant exposure. Exposure weakness costs 0 AP. Target on the enemies has a 2 more exploits that the target suffers 1 additional exploits. Inflict despair. Whenever the operative hits an enemy, it's affected by both an exploit and exposure weakness. The enemy loses 3 MP and their damage is reduced by 1 until the next passive. Learning. On their first turn in combat, the operative randomly distributes the same number of exploits as they were using to analyze enemies among all enemies. Yeah. So raise around the operative at the start of each subsequent Brief separates less damage from enemies affected by explodes. Reactive study. I need a sharpshooter. This is also pretty nice. Perfect spot in addition. Addition grants the operative attraction against that are 7 cells away from. Where is the perfect spot though? Oh, here's the perfect spot. Epicenter of Slaughter. One of the warriors attack the against stack of Epicenter of Slaughter until the end of combat. At the start of their turn or against temporary wound for each attack stack. These temporary wounds cannot exceed. Let's go with this one. Let's use this. Firearm Mastery. The soldier gains the ability to make a number of extra attacks equal to their weapon's rate of fire, minimum 2. Using the weapon attack that normally costs the least AP, these attacks do not spend AP until the end of the soldier turn. Their first attack against each new enemy automatically scores a critical hit. The soldier immediately reloads their current weapon. Rapid reload, rack and ruin. Let's use this one. And let's heal you up a bit.
Sins hidden in the heart turn all to decay. Blessed be the hand of the healer.
Grace of the Oblivious. They were against 5 toughness in their if their intelligence is less than 35. These are less pistols. Intelligence 30. Intelligence. I feel like Sister needs it more. It's constantly been under enemy attacks.
I always keep my options open.
The first sacrifice opens the eye. The second sacrifice draws its gaze.
And this guy was the heretic after all. And I'm back. Yeah, she's not joining us. It's too strong again. If you stand it, I feel my body changing with every second. The rock ringing in the air. This is the end. I perish in the war, along with the warrant and all the dynasty's ears. Chaos. The enemy of humanity has triumphed. I've seen it before, but better get away from him. The change are already accelerating. Trouble 7 leadership can still be steered out in the work, but we must first in the bridge and the navigators section, perhaps you are plus or help. And we have no right to go off paths. And he is worshipping the zinch. And see colors clearly in the glow of the bridge. The broken blade he is holding is staining with dark drops that seem to have pure listen and glimmer to them. We are out of time, writes his. Thinking you see a wave ripple around the lights of the eyes and then begin to turn up. Previous death will be avenged. So it's not him that took out the rogue trader.
Your ritual won't be finished, heretic!
Suffer not the heretic to live!
Could have taken him out. Castle, Chaos home. That's a lot of wounds.
I'll see to it personally. I'll make it happen. You should have thought twice before crossing me.
That is not my destiny. I know what is to come.
Well, at least they took out 3 of them. What did he use? Hidden effects. Chaos Power uses ability range and scream on Argenta. So, on Sister again. Where the hell she bleeds? Chaos Power toughness group resistance test. Ah. Oh, that's what it was. As Seekers reach deeper into the map to cover their abilities, there is always a chance of the Imperium bleeding into our reality. Unleashing its destructive influence. Use of psychic powers in battle with allies and hosts tears at the veil between the Materium and the Immaterium, between reality and the nightmarish realms beyond. How will hosts present the intention that I use merely should be Psychic phenomena. Should well degradation reach 15, the chance plus psychic phenomena double. Turns on the work may occur anytime a major psychic power is used. The chance for its occurrence equal to 10 Sirenin Wild Fury. Degradation. At this point, any major psychic power that does not cause perils of the work, so it was psychic phenomena. Oh, really? That's how easy you can wish it?
But of course.
Why are they going for Argent of these pretty much?
Indeed. Someone else can do this. It will be done. That's not the Seneschal's job. Victory is imminent.
I'll see to it personally. On it. I won't compromise my principles. I'll see to it personally. I refuse. You should feel honored to witness this.
Pain cleanses the body. My soul shall become like fire.
Let's keep beating the lane Argenta.
Me. There is movement in the Empyrean. Was that you?
Well, at least that random stray shot was a success. Stop beating
This sacrifice will forge our
the
way to
sister.
victory.
At your beck and call. For Von Valencius! I will do my duty. Indeed.
Who, if not me? I'll see to it personally.
My prescience has failed me. Why did I not foresee this?
Really? You can use ranged weapons in a melee range?
Victory is imminent.
Let's go for more damage then.
It's as good as done.
Cover me! Anything else?
Good job, Abelards.
It will be done.
And this is the end of the chaos spawn.
I took care of this.
Perception. Let's go for perception. Oh, that's what it was. Let's take this one. And weapon skill, apparently. And this one. Broken ribs. Crippled leg. Head trauma. Okay, let's go for ballistic here. Reach adjacent allies with it. More damage to the enemies. Unpredictable. The soldier gains critical hit chance. This bonus is double an enemy from which the soldier is protected by cover at the moment of the attack. Explodes surroundings, cover efficiency increased, and cover fired up. So this damage and critical damage increased until the end of combat. Let's go with this one.
I always have a backup plan.
Blade shard. A blade made from mysterious metal that shimmers with unnatural colors. Gloves and endurance. Whenever the wearer of this clothes gets an injury or falls unconscious in combat, their allies gain 1 bonus to damage. Mantle of Heroism. Iconoclast follower. Each heroic act used in battle increases the wearer's dodge by 20 until the end of combat. Iconoclast, you say? Who's an iconoclast character? Then we'll get it.
Keep your wits about you. Always keep your eye on the prize.
The heir is dead. He sacrificed himself to save the entire dynasty.
Sewage shovel, living and breathing. Then the sticky pale skinned sewage king. Well, there is a tricky question. The whole place is so overgrown with foul wickedry. It is crapping evil. The wind screens for God knows how long. and wants him to know that the officer not an super and there only fills with voice and commands being issued. He hears someone sobbing and also rises badly under the stress and puffs the crying officer down to the water. Restore the next channel to the Navigator Center, where the crew will prepare the translation to real space. Open photo. Abelard pauses for a few seconds before turning to Vindicator. You may call me superstitious, but translation is not a good time to disregard rules. You are the only one who speaks the house form well anxious. You may not be the Lord Captain, but you, more than anyone else, deserve to take her place in the regional. Is about to commence. He directs your attention towards the throne that sits at the bottom of a tall staircase. I'm ready to begin the ritual. Image before his haze is veiled in sorcerer's giants, invisible to mortal eyes, as if whatever is beneath this shell is constantly charging while still remaining the same it has taken on the guise of Nadora. But the full-throat trader's eyes reveal the entity's truth to real nature. One of Nadora's eyes is golden, otherworldly fire. The other, the vessel eventually bores into you. The voice seeps directly into your brain without reaching your ears, and this voice books with all the horrors of the world. Mortal. Who you tell those the very clouds of fate? It is a Zinj. Demon of some sort, if not Zinj. The vision lowers its hand gaze bore into you. For about a moment something changes in Shadow's expression. It almost looks like a shadow of fear. It matters not who falls are an echo in the center, power between the scales. Your hopes and faith are all conquering. Means only the organization and submission being greater to there is no power that can filter the flows of thought. Drops through the damage. It means that you are no longer looking at bother because the traitor will the previous operation, the center finally ceased from his lips. Was Baron vowed to return with a trophy, relic, that could soar the edge of daybreak. The faded issued on the steps shows up, and yet you broke the unbreakable when you took the aspirant's place. I see you on the day when the final dawn rises over the iron world. I see you by the side of the day of my resurrection. Images scattered by invisible sorcerer's winds, and you see Aitira. Her eyes are glowing in the same sinister flame. Your image is moving into the tapestry of things to come. I am the veil of the weaver of destinies, and today I reveal a new thread of elusive possibilities and fickle chances. The thread will lead you out of the law of irreversibility. The thread that will help you find the keys to salvation. The thread that will guide you and the weapon of your return to me. Your visibilities of a future yet unknown passes before your eyes, a flash of crimson or hope. Over the place, one another well and kaleidoscope melody with letting you get a proper look at them. In the little mirages, you see a twisted image of Abelard, the loyal seneschal of the dynasty, but the set chapter around whose thread is moving forward, someone the mind. Master Hypnotizer turns around and looks up at you. He hesitates for a few moments, then addresses Abelard, who is standing next to his seneschal. The navigator signal is silent. The rock signal is stable, which means Rhaegar gave his life battling the storm that nearly claimed the one Valencia's flagship. We honor his memory along with that of all who died this day. Rhaegar does not look away. He is giving you a hard stare. His mind goes forward. Seneschal, will you tell us now? Who is that? Where is the Lord Captain?
As First Officer, it is my duty to inform you, with the greatest regret and indelible sorrow, that Lord Captain Theodora von Valancius is dead. May her memory never fade from the annals of the dynasty. By right of blood succession, and with the absence of other kin who could challenge this decision,
It is hereby declared that the successor to Theodora von Valancius is her heir, the rightful inheritor of the Warrant of Trade, and the title of Rogue Trader. The official ascension ceremony will be held at a later time. In the interim... have you lost your tongues? Hail your lord. It is because of his toils that we all still live. The deed is done, Master. My apologies. I meant to say Lord Captain.
The treachery of the Master of Whispers was fruitless, but victory came at a great cost.
I wouldn't say fruitless.
Lord Captain Theodora von Valancius perished along with her heir, Edelthrad, and thousands of crew members. Yet hope remained. For the second in line to the Rogue Trader dynasty survived. To hang the ancestral banners once again, and exact vengeance on the enemies of House von Valancius and humanity.
It's a really great prologue, in my opinion. Both tutorial-wise and story-wise. Awareness can be seen on Abelard's face, though the old officer eyes are keen. They're right over you from the head to toe. Browns muttered something and lost themselves. One then you'll know, Trip. Had us worried for a few hours there, Abelard officer thinks now, but to fearlessly rush into the fray on deck. The only thing that surprises me is how long you stayed on your feet. The strength on your left once fighting was all over. Such fortitude is most honorable in Lord Captain. You must now follow the first officer's briefing in your new role as Lord Captain. For many of those who are about to join us on the bridge, this will also be their first briefing. He sustained massive losses among the senior and middle ranking officers. Some posts have had to be filled by the deputy, while others are unfilled entirely, and now the Dark clans are decided who will take over the leaderless crews. The agent of how this meeting can succeed in tracking down Lord Tyrell. Maybe to start the briefing soon. Maybe as the heretics were deliberately targeting the vessel's command, they knew exactly whom they were looking for and where they could be found, which is surprising given that the command on board was our own masters of whispers. Wars of the capture of the ship and crew, the Lord Captain is not legally drawn away from the unbundled race to attend such routine briefings, but this is a new situation and still receive updates from across the ship and they are not encouraging. Getting this bird to fly could take a gargantuan effort, even so far as we personally negotiating with the authorities of the system we are currently in, so prepare to hear a bevy of complaints and excuses, your lordship. Take this opportunity to get a good look at the officers who work 6 decks away from the bridge. The internal have the honor of beholding the visage of the Lord Captain. Now, Lord Captain, in all the commotion, his trail went all about people. People are still on the hunt for him, and in mutineers who may still be skulking in the ship's many corridors. But frankly, I would not be surprised to hear that we are now one shuttle short. I'm afraid that it will be some time before he answers to all he has brought. Attention officers who have been branded on our Lord Captain Vindicare von Valentius being personally conduct today's briefing. Our most gracious Lord Captain is ready to hear your reports. As we shall worship of our place at Iceland, William Rose body seems to contain as many influences as ghost flesh. Vigdis Suri Ota of the Toliman line, our new boxmaster. It's an honor to serve your lordship, Dr. Service people. For this vessel we have thousands of crew members and hundreds of officers and section chiefs. I'm responsible for receiving, processing, and sending all communications between you and them, as well as external sources. I am your eyes and mouth, Lord Captain. Since he is Raymer, the master helmsman, steers our ship along the course set by the Lord Captain and monitors the world around us to ensure that we do not stray into an asteroid field or a iron trap. German man with pale, almost transparent skin, large dark circles under his eyes, and a dull expression that seems hardwired into his face, given a slim nod. Hail, Lord Captain. This here ship's as good as home to me, so rest assured she's in safe hands. I'll die before I let her come to any grief. And lastly, our High Factorium Jean-Rhys Denrock, who oversees supplies, procurement, and the general material well-being of the ship. It's an honor, your lordship. You may trust me with all matters concerning your comfort. Everything will be done to the highest standard. On the second row, we have the 3 officers charged with overseeing the ship's vital functions. The Master of Ordnance is responsible for the artillery aboard. The Infernus Master, whose crew work to prevent and extinguish fires on the ship. And lastly, the Drive Master, servants of the Messiah. The 3 officers salute you. The Insurance Master does so with confidence, while the Master of Ordnance betrays nervousness. The Drive Master Officer salute resembling a dance, involving the complicated manipulation of all the debris behind the tricks. Unfortunately, our choir master, the esteemed Zachary Rees, head of the Astropath section, is unable to join us. He is in charge of communications with distant star system. Master Wise has been in trance for some time now, attempting to contact our planets in the Von Valentius Protectorate and inform them of Lady Theodoros' passing and conduct Logtvir's treachery. I will deliver a report to your lordship on the Astropath progress as soon as it's possible to do so. All the present adjutants, secretaries, and deputies, they are here to make records proceedings. No, make jokes. Simple. Maintain the arsenal fire where I'm told, but just as can you got no able to know Lord Captain. You forget yourself. Just Lord Captain, pardon the fool. The ship is in ruins. Every other officer is dead, and the Lord Captain is no longer with us. Fear has taken hold of me. He looks at you, but I've heard of you. Oh yes, your fame has reached even the to the expanse. I can't be showing myself up in front of a illustrious person such as yourself. Supporters can report that the rest of the arsenal has been saved and the battery is in good order. We are ready to fight. Okay, let's go read the Factorum then. We are toiling day and night to compile a full account of the losses. The task will require next to no involvement from your lordship. I will personally ensure that all damages components are given into the utmost hands for attention and that all the supplies are replaced. There is only one resource that I can relish so heavily, and that is people. We have lost more than 2,000 crew members, and unfortunately this number is not confined to the scum from the lower decks, which are easily replaced, but also include trained professionals. We'll be able to make up our losses on the nearest planet, record maneuvers. However, the planet whole system in fact belongs to the interscale rogue trader dynasty. We cannot simply begin recruiting on the planet with first coming to an understanding with the governor. In that respect, I am powerless. Negotiations on this law are a matter of the rogue trader. Especially after giving Kalugis winter scales pensions for taking first and asking questions later. And the kind of thick skull class he usually installs as governors on his planets. Rumples Applewood forward. Captain, upon that all fires across the decks have now been extinguished. The preliminary damage assessment in terms of material losses and crew casualties has been completed. Results have been submitted to the Seneschal and the High Factorum. The post passed to him after the previous interference, but his next 3 deputies expired in the line of duty. The lad is managing well so far. He can take the heat, so to speak. But Captain, the holes that sat upon the normal watch are destroyed. There's repositories of hundreds of machine spirit. That great warp engine entrusted in my chest is an armed thing to them, sire. But its spirits mourn as dead brethren. We have not yet identified a prayer protocol capable of assuaging its sorrow and anger. With great sorrow, I must also report that the injured Cerebral Seer, the spiritual authority of the tech priest on board, fell in battle. The Vegas was betrayed by the little flesh that remained part of him. A most terrible loss. There is no one among my comrades aboard whose experience and comprehension of the sacred protocols equals that of the fallen Magus. We require a replacement and as soon as possible. Master Hurston. Right, yeah, Lord Captain together. Cut a long story short, the old book was bleak. The ships sound more or less, but without the engine, supreme and navigator fell in the battle. We have no way out of the system. If we try to set so much at all inside the warp, I don't know what happened first. Our warp drive being torn to pieces, or all of us melting into the bulkheads. Your Lordship, if you will allow me to interject. When we arrived at the system, my crew followed standard protocols and conducted a count of all the available communications channels in the region. One of them was Navy's Mobility Station. The station maintains complete warp silence, but even in presence here inspires hope. To have located and navigated the various same system is an incredible stroke of luck, a true blessing from the God Emperor. If I were you, I'd grab this chance with both hands, or else you'd soon be higher up asteroids to use as a new residence. In slightly less shitty news, we can go round and round the system till our heads are swimming, as long as they permit him and supplies last. And if anything, as grog shit lovers come sniffing around, we'll be able to take them out, so don't worry on that score. Precisely, Captain, but bear in mind that this will not be the end of our trials. The ship's system must be properly inspected for major damage. We which can only be carried out by a footfall station. I'm the only doctor in this sector, but we will never reach footfall without first solving these three immediate problems. A massive void port on the edge of the Cronus expanse, and a notorious hotbed of vice, trade, and rogue trader intrigue. I see to the box master at this point, Mistress Tolliman? Tolliman? You and the Rykard assassin, and the voyage here was undertaken on the order of your lordship predecessor. Yes, we inhabited bodies on the system, and our attempts to send operation have produced confounding results. Oh, inhabited. The Neves Nobility Station has not simply failed to answer. It seems to be maintained total lockset. However, we did receive a distress signal from the prison plantoid in the system, and Rykard Manoris itself is not responsive to our hails. But it is most likely that our augurs have accepted signals from the surface that seem to indicate unbent hostilities on the surface, on the planet. The situation is not very encouraging, but without a navigator, a tech priest, and new crew member, we won't be able to travel anywhere. Therefore, we must go to the planet and the nearest nobility station and find out what in the void is going on. My lordship, there is one other thing. Confidential matter of the almost important slide of the law. Your eternally esteemed predecessor brought the ship here to the system for a reason. She was given a secret commission. You perhaps are wondering who was the authority to commission rock trader to take. I'll tell you, the Lord Lucas on the hand of the Emperor, the chief architect, his will in the Corona's expense. I would be honored to fulfill the invitation. Xavier Alcazar. Your lordship, you have a great deal of work ahead of you, but it's a mere test of the burden of our own trader. Soon you must take up the reins of the Avalanche's protectorate. That gives you another scrutinizing look, as if trying to gauge how long you will hold on with this mountain of problems. His face softens slightly. It seems he is about to offer some words of encouragement. Idea, Sister Argenta, explain yourself. Mr. Delagun did not start with Idea. The Psyker is suffering some alignment of dark madness. She insisted on seeing your object, and I judged that it would be unwise to leave her unsupervised. I was also hoping to approach you with a personal request, but it can wait. Even you have time, Rock Trader. Dear Blazes eyes on her signal. Here's the thing, I was trying to see the immediate future, and it hit me so hard, the head is still spinning. Something very strange is heading our way, and I can't make out what it is, no matter how hard I try. Some of what I can make is out daybreak, or maybe it's dawn. Dawnbreak, and it's ringing and ringing like an echo, like a bell. But if it's daybreak, then why it's so dark? It's the confirmation of one from Silver World. Can you tell us anything else? Mistress Plus? No, not yet anyway. But also going berserk, all shot in advance. I can't make sense of any of it. As soon as I know it says anything, I'll report it. Alright. Oh, Captain, if you want me to take a closer look into your future, find me on the bridge and we can talk. Lady Theodora was well served by my whispers on my occasion. I'm sure you would benefit from them as well.
Rogue trader. I indeed have a request, Rogue trader.
That's all. The cursed servants of chaos who assaulted the ship took the lives of your loyal crew members, and they orphaned many children, including the progeny of the brave officer who defended their posts until the bitter end. I don't know what customary practices there are for cases like this on Valentia's territory, but in the world of familiar with the children, such brave souls could expect to receive some special consideration. Perhaps the rogue trader could meet with the orphans? The motley group of adolescents do not take their eyes off you, gazing at you as if you are a creature straight from a fairy tale. Our indefatigable sister has been keeping an eye on these pups. Beloved glances. Let's call a beginning here, but we have provided the orphans on our ship with adequate care and instruction. Ravens, the master of this ship has appeared before you. All who guides her through the darkness of the universe by the Emperor's will. Greet your Lord Captain, the rogue trader of House von Valentius. No faith again, unless or justice and broken to the world. They're short side quest to assess some damage to the people of the ship. Let's check out on the elves, man.
Lord Captain. A noble aspiration, Lord Captain. I am ready to acquaint you with all the particulars that interest you. This is a topic for an official briefing, not a casual conversation. But I will try to answer succinctly. And if you permit, in my own words. The Coronis Expanse is considerably removed from the heart of the Imperium. This means that local warp routes become useless within months. Established pathways are regularly subject to attacks from all kinds of rabble. And in the only major port, the Imperium's frigates find themselves moored alongside pirate vessels. Until recently, the Coronis Expanse could hardly have been called a region of the Imperium. The situation has changed with the arrival of the Lord Inquisitor, but not by much. This place operates under its own rules, you see. More radical, so to speak. But ones that allow for a non-standard approach where there is a promise of victory. The Coronis Expanse is considered rogue trader territory for a reason. Only rogue traders have sufficient military might, audacity, and the rights granted them by the Warrant to survive the leap into the unexplored part of the Expanse, and in the event of a successful outcome, to hold on to whatever they manage to capture on the frontier. In the first instance, you should treat official representatives of the Imperium with respect. The Expanse may be on the fringes, but it still numbers among the territories of the Golden Throne. The arrival of the Lord Inquisitor has turned the Coronis Expanse into a less wild and uncontrolled region, to the regret of some individuals who had grown inured to the local lawlessness. Rogue traders such as yourself are also servants of the Imperium. They have been accorded special rights and powers. They wield immense authority within their territory, and they enjoy absolute respect in other parts of the Expanse. The most powerful of them are Kalagos Winterscale and Incendia Bastal Chorda. Tread carefully when dealing with either of them. If we are to speak of unclaimed territory, which is what Footfall is, among the scum that dwells on that handful of asteroids, there are 3 factions that wield considerable influence in the sector. The first is the Kazbala Commission, organized crime in its most primitive form. It holds sway over the Liege of Footfall, and has links to rogue trader Winterscale. The second faction is an offshoot of our shining ecclesiarchy, followers of St. Drusus. They are actively building their forces, and hold influence over rogue trader Chorda. And finally, the third faction, the Explorators, a wing of the Adeptus Mechanicus. They are willing to die and kill for the secrets of the ancient technological heresies that are hidden among the stars of the Coronis Expanse. You know, Lord Captain, I am no admirer of fine art. But when we next find ourselves in a civilized port, with time to spare, I will promptly find an artist and commission a portrait of the individual to whom you refer, with a hole between the eyes. Conrad Voigtveer. That he committed his treachery and escaped with his life was an unforgivable oversight. We both served Lord Captain Theodora for many years, and we never saw eye to eye. He was brash. He was never afraid of assuming responsibility, and he willingly took on difficult tasks. I am loath to admit it, but the Von Velatius Protectorate continues to reap the fruits of his labors to this day. His service always garnered my respect. But everything else about him made me want to wring the neck of that two-faced snake. If you are taking comfort in the thought that we will hear no more of Conrad, prepare to be disappointed. You thwarted his plans, his meticulously plotted and nurtured treachery. He is sure to attempt to strike at you, and he will use his contacts and knowledge of the Protectorate to do so. The only question, Lord Captain, is whether you will be able to anticipate his next steps. As you wish, Lord Captain. As you wish, Lord Captain. What would you like to know? I used to be an officer in the Navis Imperialis. No, used to be is not quite right. It was not simply a job. It was my calling, the essence of my life. I met Lord Captain Theodora on a mission where the Imperial Navy was providing reinforcement to the rogue traders' army on one of the frontier worlds. Our acquaintance was not easy. Working with people outside the Navy hierarchy has never been my strong suit. It was to my great surprise then that after the mission's completion, I received a referral to leave my service in the Navy and join the rogue traders' personal council. It was a difficult choice for me, but I saw in the offer a chance to serve the interests of humanity even more effectively than in the Navis Imperialis. You do not need me to tell you just how remarkable a person Lord Captain Theodora was. I recognized her at once as a true leader and formidable creative force, one who had built a protectorate amidst the dangers and wildness of the Expanse. I used to be an... it was a... You could say there was no one among the Naval Command who was willing to impede the wishes of the rogue trader. To do so would be to risk their own position and their relationship with Theodora. The Lord Captain possessed certain contacts in the Imperial Navy. Contacts which she used to request help during the conflict on the border world. And which enabled her to make me an offer that resulted in my joining her retinue. The Navis Imperialis is an ancient institution with its own mandates and muster lists. On occasion, in the heat of an official briefing, or an informal discussion, I violated those rules, determined to press my point. It is challenging to choose the words to accurately express my opinion on a situation or the actions of others that do not sound overly scathing or confrontational. Many in command were inclined to view my manner of speaking as unbefitting a person of my rank. I am a widower. I am a father of 4, and if my information is not outdated, a grandfather of 11. My family lives on Dargonus. None of my children express any eagerness or aptitude for serving aboard ship, and I would hardly have insisted that they follow in my footsteps. What? Lord Captain, any allegations of improper feelings or unsanctioned relations are utterly baseless and bordering on the insulting. Utterly baseless. Of course. I thank you for the honor, but I must decline. As a former military officer, I believe in the importance of order in all things, including the chain of command. You are the Lord Captain, my direct superior. I am not prepared to address you in any way other than as regulation dictates. Lord Captain.
It's done represented service. What exactly is this? That's what it is.
What are you talking about, Lord Captain? Look, Lady Theodora couldn't care less if some eggheads measured my brains or not. It's not about the seal on your forehead, get it? It's about what's in your gut, if it's rotten or not. My gut's stronger than the adamantine on this here ship. And my implants are better than the ones they put in you on your Terra. If they weren't, I wouldn't have lived as long as I have. Lyra, an outlying world in the Heathen Stars region. In the Coronis Expanse, the deeper you go, the less visible the Astronomicon gets, and the less people know about the Imperium. The arrival of a rogue trader is the best thing that can happen to a world like that. The very best. It's an out-of-the-way planetoid between two faint stars. On Lyra, a dozen local tyrants fight over 5 measly continents. But they use everything they can to win. From poison to psychers. I haven't been there in many years, but there's nothing for me to miss. Trust me. But here on the ship is a different story altogether. I saw more wonders in my first year serving Lady von Valancius than I'd seen in my whole life on Lyra. Like my first journey through the warp, I was in bed for 3 days. I felt like supernovas were exploding in my head. I only found out later that I'd gotten off easy. Just through the bulkhead, in the bay next to mine, a whole team turned into... Look at me rambling on, Lord Captain. It wasn't like it was a very fun trip, Lord Captain. But look, if you want to be entertained, I'm the woman for the job. I'll entertain you with one of the stories from my collection, no problem. But if you want to hear about the time I melted everyone in the bay next door, well, I just don't really want to go into the details on that one, all right? Oh, I embroidered wall hangings in honor of our national heroes. I did the same thing I do here, Lord Captain. Divining. Our rulers prized the ability to see into the future. Every psyker that could be found was worth a small fortune on Lyra. There's no such thing as a peaceful life on Lyra. People like me were especially sought after. They'd pick psykers up wherever they found them, buy kids off their parents, even just abduct them. Take me, for instance. I got taken from my street gang. The older kids sold me when they noticed there was something off about me. The ruling dynasties had schools where they trained us and beat us black and blue. And then they packed us off to serve. Some of us held on for a long time, but others didn't last. Not everyone's as smart and talented as me, you know. Some people crossed the line and were out of commission before their time. Theodora von Valancius paid a visit to the ruler I was serving at the time. I don't know what the visit was for, and it's no business of mine anyway. I can still remember the way the voices in my head changed when I looked at her. They were practically screaming. She had so much behind her, and plenty ahead of her too. As I gawped at her, all of a sudden I heard a whisper. A hint, a suggestion, nothing more. But I know the difference between idle chatter and a real threat. I seized my chance and approached Theodora. I managed to whisper a couple of words in her ear before the wardens dragged me away. They beat me and locked me up. No wonder. It wasn't my place to converse with outsiders. And then Theodora's people came for me. They broke down the wall, butchered the guards. Also, I could tell them my warning in full. So I said the rest, but I didn't want to go back to my old life. And so I entered the service of the Van Valancius dynasty. A few times. Not many. And if I think about it, why would I want to? I've got everything I need here. All the whispers I hear are familiar ones. They almost feel like family. And if I want to hear about the nightmares off the ship, I can. After some Amisec. But don't go getting the wrong idea. If I have to, I'll follow you to the edge of the galaxy. Of course, Lord Captain. You bet I do, Lord Captain. Okay, so we went to Footfall once. Well, I mean, Lord Captain Theodora went to Footfall a lot. But on that occasion, she took me with her for some reason. My day had gotten off to a bad start. My head had been yammering since I woke up, but there was nothing else for it. I had to go. We arrived at the place, and what a place! All the gentlemen and ladies dressed to kill, showing off their encrusted implants, all clustered around little tables. Well, turned out it was a gaming den. And not just any gaming den, but one run by somebody with deep pockets for people with just as much cash to splash. You should have seen it. People gambling away planets in a game of regicide. Anyway, so the Lord Captain wanted me to help her beat some guy. So I tell her, the chips won't land in your favor. You'll get a bad hand. Don't sit down at that table, your ladyship. But did she listen? Of course she didn't. If there's one thing she never lacked, it's stubbornness. So they sat down and the cards were dealt. I'm hovering around like I'm not involved, but I'm keeping my eye on things. And everything in my head keeps getting louder and louder. Anyway, it's a good thing I realized in time that my mind wasn't going haywire over a losing hand, but something else. I made some excuse to drag the Lord Captain up from the table and took her away from that place. And a few minutes later, the room where we'd been... It turned out some wise guy had the same bright idea to bring a pet psyker along with him. One of those ones who just scuttle around in Footfall's underbelly. And the psyker just freaked out, I guess. After all the commotion, people went to see what happened in the room. And they'd all gone for each other's throats. Literally. With teeth. And I think they completely detached that asteroid from Footfall and pushed it off into open space so it would head off toward the local star. Lord Captain, forgive me, but it would be like talking to a person born blind about colors. I could spend hours explaining, but it wouldn't make any sense to you. Every psyker feels their connection with the warp in their own way. One person might see spots and shadows out of the corner of their eye. Another feels fingers running down their spine. As for me, I've got a door in my head. One that's open just a crack. There's no way to close it, no matter how hard I try. I've just had to get used to the whispers from the other side. When I need to use it for work, I listen in more closely. But I usually just try not to notice it. Training, habit, and a little Amasec and a couple other things you can get on the lower decks. If you put all those together, it makes things bearable. Sometimes I even wonder if I'm imagining half the voices I hear. You know, when life on board gets a little boring. Better than listening to the living, anyhow. Well, if the door opens, that means somebody's planning to come in, right? But screw them. They're not coming through. Trust me, I know how to keep my valuable head locked up tight. Only losers who are afraid of their own gift lose control. Or idiots who never figure out what they are before it's too late. Or little kids who want to play around with their shiny new toy. If you don't know the limits of your abilities, or you're always bouncing around in your own head, that's a recipe for disaster. All right, that's what I'm here for after all. So, I'm just going to lean on that door in my head a little more, prick up my ears, and listen to what the warp's got to say about you. If you'll... All right, let's hear what they're whispering about you, Seek not on firm ground, but in a golden hall suspended in the void. There waits a child without kin, but with a name blind to truth. She draws the brush across the canvas and does not notice that her palette is full not of paint, but of blood. And with each smear, this well does not deplete, but fills and fills up to the brim. One thing is clear. When this vessel overflows, none will remain unstained. Among the blind men and false prophets, a red-robed sage seeks the answer to a question. He does not know that it is not the answer he must seek, but the question that will draw everything into focus. Will you help him, rogue trader? But mark that sometimes ignorance is sweeter than oblivion. A chained hound chases after glimmers of the aurora, but sparks in the scent of oil confound his nose. A chain trails after him. What will happen if you pick it up? Will you become his master, or merely another beast in the pack of his true lord? The glow of dawn bursts forth from its prison. Dungeon walls cannot contain the dark essence wallowing in the dust. A naive cub pushes his nose into a familiar hand, one that holds death in twisted glass. Cherish it or cast it off as a burden. The sword of change has already been raised. What is one more life to it? I'm sorry, Lord Captain. The voices are going wild. I can't make out a thing. I'll try to rein them in, somehow. But for now... All right, I'm sorry, Lord Cap... None of the officers knew the Lord Captain well. Not even Abelard, and she was always closer to him than anyone else. She told me from the off that if I ever listened to anything in the warp about her without her permission, I'd be going out through the airlock. I'm not an idiot, so I never stuck my nose where it didn't belong. Only when I was asked. It's hard to wrap my head around the fact that she's gone. Lady von Valancius gave me everything I have. She opened the stars to me and the paths between them. I still think I can hear her voice. The little sister is afflicted with her own set of voices. Ones that whisper to her about corruption and heresy. The silly girl doesn't realize that if she wants to find the source, she needs to start by looking in her own head. Of course. Always at your service.
I've missed all the others.
Greetings.
With the sister?
Gladly. There are none more faithful to the God Emperor than my sisters. We fight against his enemies by the will of the Holy Ecclesiarchy. I beg your pardon, rogue trader. Here I am talking about what every lesser noble in the Imperium knows. So what exactly are you interested in hearing about? It is. The Sisters of Battle are a fire lit by the God Emperor. They are the echo of his voice, that travels through the dark expanses of the universe. We bring his wrath to heretics, mutants, and other enemies of humanity. We protect the faithful from the unholy and unhallowed. Sometimes with words, more often than not with a bolter. Even the novices of the Adeptus Sororitas are drawn from among the most worthy. Those who have taken the vows and become a full-fledged sister are the best of the best, tested by trials of body and spirit. Yes, there have been cases when a sister stumbled or showed weakness, but do not expect to hear a story of depravity or downfall from me. Each such occurrence is a great tragedy for us all. Light cannot bear the smallest speck of darkness within. And thus those who have trespassed or shown weakness of spirit are given a chance at redemption. They are called Sisters Repentia, and may the enemy tremble before her, for nothing can stop a sister of battle who yearns to be cleansed of faults and weakness. Wearing nothing but robes, no armor, eviscerator in hand, those sisters who have once faltered find repentance on the battlefield. Their lives are seldom long, but a death in the name of purgation is a better fate than to live with a shadow in one's soul. Once I had completed my novitiate, I was sent to the Calixian branch of the Order of Our Martyred Lady, assigned to the Order's Pronatus. The Order's mission is vital and noble. The Sisters Pronatus protect great relics of the Imperium. We guard them, preserve them, escort them when they are brought onto the battlefield or presented for pilgrims to venerate. And we seek out the relics that have been lost. Neither a coven of heretics nor the most wicked death world can deter Sisters Pronatus when their goal is to return a piece of the great legacy of the Imperium into the hands of the faithful. The Order sent me to Footfall. My undertaking was to assist the local priesthood of Drusians in caring for a sacred reliquary that had been there since the time of Parsimus Duane, the station's founder. None that I'm aware of, but the Sisterhood's orders are many, and can operate independently of one another, sending their sisters wherever their presence is needed as deemed by the Ecclesiarchy. Perhaps somewhere in the Lord Inquisitor's retinue, may his path be blessed, my sisters perform their duty as we speak. I wish it were so. Even a single evening spent in joint prayer and training would bring me joy. Should any more arise, keeping them to yourself would be imprudent. It is a virtue to take an interest in holiness. About me? I am the Emperor's daughter and his servant. What else is there to tell about me? I first came here when I found myself in need of passage from Footfall to a remote planet. But I imagine what interests you is not that first journey, but rather what brought me aboard prior to the pirate attack. That story is complicated. It just so happened that I made a mistake. In a moment of laxity, I was ambushed by the accursed followers of the archenemy. I was badly wounded. Lady Theodora came to my aid and brought me aboard her ship, while her crew attended to me in my weakened state. It all happened not too long ago. I'd barely recovered from my wounds when the pirates struck. Truly, the servants of evil know no rest. There is no place where we can be safe from their machinations. Sadly, they did not. Lady Theodora was in a hurry and chose not to stay on the planet. Her people took me to a ship while I was unconscious, and when I came to my senses, we were already flying away. How I pray to come face to face with those heretics once more. And it's bound to happen someday. It happens even to the best of us. My mistakes are my burden to bear. I'll find a way to atone for them. On one of the recently discovered planets in the Expanse, No one suspected that it had already been tainted by the filth of heresy. Had I known it beforehand, of course I would have been on my guard. I hadn't been here that long. Just one journey from Footfall, and the other journey, the majority of which I spent in the confines of the medbay. I can't tell you much about the first voyage. I was more focused on prayers and ruminations than on the people around me, or the journey itself. During the last journey, Seneschal Viserion stood out for me. He came by several times to ask about my health. He's an honorable man and a loyal servant of the Imperium. I think he is as meticulous in his inspections of the logistics systems as he is in his inquiries about the health of the occasional sister of battle aboard the ship. But not all of Theodora's people have earned my trust. You know who I'm talking about. There is no place for Adira Tlas among the God Emperor's faithful. I'm surprised she wasn't in league with the pirates. And I'm equally surprised by how deep heresy and treason run in this place. I'm glad we all made it through that dark hour. May the day that follows be bright. The path to that planet was lost. All the knowledge is gone, along with the previous navigator. It would take immense effort and resources to rediscover the route. The heir to the von Valanci's protectorate must have plenty of other issues to deal with right now. Perhaps later, when the skies above our heads have cleared. As you wish. This ship was targeted by heretical pirates, which means that my presence here and the assistance I provide to you are my sacred duty. Sooner or later, I will likely have to return to Footfall to protect its reliquary. But for now, I wish to remain a part of the Rogue Trader's crew. So they shall.
Let's visit the captain's quarters. Play a heirloom auto pistol and Wrath of the Saint Roses. It's a bunch of really useful equipment, it seems. Check in other places first, then we'll check out the calculator. What the heck is this? Data slate. Let's switch them up. But I'm not sure on whom to give the six, 5, 12, 2, 5, 20. Who needs this blast wave? Spies, and this one was a senior officer. I'm not about to discard him, Conrad. Served me for too long, creating all to go painlessly for the Protectorate. Besides, he is no fool. He could not have seriously expected to become the next in von Valencia's line when his skills and talents as Master of Whispers are so valuable as his adherence serves as humiliating but and instructive lessons from which he may yet learn. Okay, let's check out the vault. Oh, that's the Beckers, I guess. What's that though? Oh. Check out the Nevis nobility first. The guide, prison, an unidentified void ship, another void ship, Mission vessel, of course, they are damning my stupid head. Thunderfang? This sounds like a name out of Space Wolves chapter. Really, I don't have any cargo for it. That's unfortunate. Can I sell some of the swords at least? Guess I can't. At least I'll be able to trade with them later. Damn it, that's not an enemy ship or anything else. That's our coordinates. So first I've got to fill up the capacity, and then I can sell one, I guess. Let's try to get the guide first. The Venice nobility continue to maintain Vox silence, perhaps due to the Iraq 5 being off limits to visitors. Intercepted signals from the beacons drifting in the station's orbit. The demands are clear. We are told to turn the ship around immediately.
Pathetic worm. You dare to argue with your master?
It was not you whom I swore to serve within these walls. My lips are sealed.
Confess. What was the old man's last command? What are you planning?
Give up, Keeper. You have lost this battle. Again.
We're getting nowhere with these ones, sir. Permission to execute them.
Is there money to be made? That's how it's done. Rise to the top, or get left in the dust. I always get the job done.
Nothing escapes my sight. Duty prevails.
You will beg for mercy, but I
Not your
will
best
grant
decision,
none.
honestly.
For the Emperor!
Can I fall back now?
Faith without deeds is worthless. The enemies of the Emperor will be undone! As the Emperor commands, I act. Each stroke is a prayer.
Will do.
I'm ready for whatever comes. I'll make it happen.
Really?
My gut tells me it's a bad idea. Who, if not me? I'll brush this off.
A tactically sound approach. I'd rather not.
God, Emperor, move through me! Be the fire in my heart! I'll do it. Doubt is for the weak. Faith without deeds is worthless.
What is this foreboding? Farewell. On it. But of course.
I'll make it happen. Another enemy down.
Really? A dodge?
I will do my duty.
At least he didn't dodge that.
Guided by faith. As the Emperor commands, I act. I will not!
momentum.
I won't stand for it.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time. It will be done.
Rejoice in battle! That is not the Emperor's will. I refuse.
On it.
Yes?
Your seneschal is always there for you. Let me help.
I'll make sure to return the favor one day.
How may I serve the dynasty?
I'm restless.
Like chest plates. Is anybody using medium? $25.07, 75. No, this one is worse than the ones that I have.
I always have a backup plan.
Would you look at that?
I woke up with a feeling of wonder, as if a field of flowers was blossoming nearby.
What advice do you seek?
Did you want something?
Fate and fortune favor the bold.
The Emperor
Keep
favors
your
me
wits
today.
about you. I won't let it define me. I always keep my options open.
over there.
Repair auto pistol.
Let us not dawdle. Always keep your eye on the prize.
I better myself through my service.
Nothing's impossible for this old officer.
Rise to the top or get left in the dust.
Wait, what? Or did I miss another piece of goods?
Should I divine our next step?
Idira, stop castigating yourself. Your soothsayings have always been vague. Even if you had her, who among us would have realized that it was Lady Theodora who was in peril?
Attention to detail is the key to success.
Okay, it's puts a trap. But freaking where? Oh, inside there.
I always keep my options open. Keep your wits about you. Success is the only outcome I accept.
Noble suit gloves. The wearer gains +5 to persuasion. Who has the highest? 25, 30, 30, 35.
Duty prevails.
Is there money to be made?
So the station is going mad. And he just freaking died. Not much of interest.
Rise to the
here.
top, or get left in the dust. Always keep your eye on the prize. I always have a backup plan.
That wasn't so
Let
difficult.
us not dawdle.
We are the spearhead of the Imperium.
One class. Okay, let's switch it up. And this one as well.
The whispers told me how.
Keep your wits about you.
I am at your service.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Oh crap. Looks like I did an oopsie. Maybe not.
Is there money to be made? That's how it's done. I always keep my options open.
How did I miss something? Oh, I opened up this chamber. Warp Series goggles grants bonus. What? I suppose I can equip this to the lore warp. You should be the one to have the most of it. Yep. So here are your goggles.
I always have a backup plan. Keep your wits about you. Let us not dawdle.
Well, seems like there are no additional doors. Oh, this is gonna be interesting.
This is intriguing. Is there money to be made?
I guess this didn't work. But I won't get something out of it. Wait, something basic. Maybe he wanted to...
Always keep your eye on the price.
Is water there?
I always keep my options open. What do we have here?
Well, guess this didn't work either. Gotta go through the documents a bit more. Once more. So KO44 is the right one, I suppose. No Blackwater. No adamantine. Not a navigator. Wrong again. Wait, what was in the next one? Oh, the corrupted flesh. Is 41 the right one though? Tissue. Rotated. Catalyst. Wrong again. Wrong again. Not even sure what are we doing here.
Keep your wits about you. What a peculiar thing.
Seems like I did it. May be useful in future. Also, can I do the other? Yes, attempt. Oh, I already have the sharpshooter. Let's go with this one for now. And with perception, I guess. I'd like to have some dash, probably.
Let us not dawdle. I always get the job done.
Crossroads. There are two paths, both stained with blood, both leading to the accursed eye. They all wear masks, so poor and flimsy. They follow the slightest touch. One hiding a blind man, another a traitor. So this one is a traitor, I guess.
Make an example out of you. Stand your ground.
Will do. Was that you? Or...
At your beck and call. Victory is imminent.
Really?
At your beck and call.
And dodge after all of this reparation?
Shields me! I'll do it. I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury. doubt is for the weak.
I'll make it happen. I'll see to it personally.
At least he's almost dead. But the bodyguards are pretty thick.
Stop mocking me. They who discern the future own the battlefield. No can do.
Indeed. I will do my duty. One view at a time.
Stop it! I feel cold.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone! As the Emperor commands, I act.
I refuse. Who, if not me? On it.
From the ashes, I will rise. From the cold embrace of death, our Emperor, deliver us.
Don't you die on me now.
On it. I'm not so sure. Anything is?
Follow my lead. At your beck and call. I took care of this one.
You never stood a chance.
Will do. That is not my destiny.
That shot stub revolver? That's an interesting pistol. Oh, strength 35. Plus shotgun. Flak chest plates. Armored body glove. Gun and a stack of house or tower.
How may I serve the dynasty?
Why though? Okay, who has enough strength to use the pistol?
I dare not provoke the whispers.
But why is this guy glowing?
I always have a backup plan.
Oh, it's a success apparently. So these two should have the same probability. Oh, this one has more. I have more commerce. Skill level 50. Well, this one should be. Yeah, fortunately.
Wake up, my mistress, my sacred child. It is all over now. It is over.
What? What happened? You. I remember you. Have you come to save us?
Child, please, listen to me very carefully. One last time. You will now embark on a voyage with this lord to rejoin the house and its regent in the Coronus Expanse. I will not be able to accompany you on this journey.
No! Not you too! Don't leave me alone in this violet-brown haze! You're coming with me! Your mistress is giving you an order. Do you hear me?
Mistress, I fear this will be your only order that I dare to disobey. I am the keeper of Urak 5, and alas, I have less than a day in me. Allow me to serve you one last time and honor my final duty to House Orselio. I will remain on the station and destroy the secrets it holds.
Oh, Theobald.
What need have I for your regrets? I
just want things to go back to the way they were before.
But there is no time machine for them.
What are you going to do to me?
I beg your pardon, but what about my servants? Urak 5 is still full of people loyal to House Orselio. Accompanying a rogue trader on their travels is an honor for any navigator. Let us go.
I can no longer bear the sight of the deathly pale shadows that drape the bodies of the fallen.
Is there anything else I can loot? Guess there is something. There is a bunch of goods.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust. Always keep your eye on the prize.
Your seneschal is always there for you.
Let's go with this one. And with Fellowship again. But now we gotta transfer this. To the goal. We have any other... Oh, we do have this item. Of the pistol. So these two are the same. A fire grenade, that's interesting.
Keep your wits about you.
This quest is done. Guess I forgot to pick it up. So now we have a navigator and the one that is pleased. That is great, I think.
Lord Captain?
Suppose now I can sell this.
Greetings.
Words cannot describe how boring the bridge is without our stimulating conversations. I am a part of House Orselio, an ancient dynasty of the Navis nobility. Since time immemorial, our family has served to advance knowledge, pushing at the boundaries of the dark unknown. The Starway Atlas contains 2,843 routes that chart the sectors of the Segmentum Obscurus and reach all the way from the Coronis Expanse to Holy Terra. And uniting the Imperium's thousands of worlds. House Orselio is bound by commercial pacts to houses Galeatis, Ortina, Drotus, and... There is a dark blue knot tightening on your neck, Lord Captain. I can see my reply is not satisfying your thirst for knowledge. What is... you wish to know about me? I suppose I can help you with that. What would you like to know? Hardly. According to the chronicles of the house, I was born on one of the Orselio worlds. Oh, what was it? Please forgive me, Lord Captain. My childhood memories are too vague. Sometimes I dream about the colorful birds that built their nests in the garden, or the servants dressed in purple livery, or the blue fog that rolled over the lowlands behind the palace. But everything is covered in a rosy haze. Perhaps it is my imagination, not my memory, that is painting these pictures. My stay on the station was wholly dedicated to preparing me for my future duty. Astromancy, astrography, numerology, the histories of my house and the Imperium, as well as other disciplines. For many years, dozens of instructors tirelessly prepared me for my destiny. And once a year, Great Regent Alronto would come to the station. He would entrust his beautiful vessel to my command, so that I could master the practical aspects of our art as well. The Regent gave me a bird from a sunlit planet once. I tried to befriend it and make it sing, but for some reason, it refused, and died soon after. The instructors were too respectful of my duty to my house to waste precious time on idle chatter. Aside from them, there were only servants on the station, and you know they have their vocal cords removed, so they cannot break their vow of silence. And since the subject has been breached, Lord Captain, why do you not follow this honored tradition? Your decks are so garish. Apologies, I meant noisy. The rabble don't just chatter. Sometimes they shout and even sing. Why do you allow such a lack of restraint? Rogue traders are highborn, are they not? Your words sound amazingly blasphemous. If a ruler's duty dictates the need for violence, would dispensing it not be their responsibility? I will contemplate your answer in solitude. The Regent gave me a bird from a sunlit planet. The Navigator's open eye is baneful to whoever the warp's ruinous shine falls upon, and therefore it is the symbol of our power. We are the guiding stars of humanity, found worthy of an uncommon gift, and one of the duties that we bear is to guard our eye, even from wayward glances that may bear evil. Besides, I am aware that lesser servants of the Imperium may find our appearance repulsive. The Navigator gene twists the features the rabble are used to seeing, and the magnificence of our role cannot be grasped by their feeble minds. Lord Captain, you are overstepping the bounds of propriety. Words like that, Lord Captain, could easily be misconstrued. You should familiarize yourself with some of the works in your library to learn the appropriate manner of conversing with a lady. It may be difficult to describe. You see, every navigator perceives the warp differently. My mentor, Great Regent Elronto, always described his travels through the Immaterium as a journey through a vast wood with countless paths. And I, assisting him in the first voyages, futilely tried to follow his example. But the wood would not reveal itself to me. But everything changed when I found my own key to this mystery. You see, I've always brightened up my rare moments of leisure time by painting. You may recall there was a workshop in my chambers. As soon as I imagined the warp as a blank canvas, an indescribable feeling came over me. I moved the brush, going deeper and deeper into my own painting. Visions were hidden within the vibrant colors of my palette, and something inside me knew which should be brought out and which should be left behind. I woke up several days later, after the voyage was safely complete. The Emperor graced me with a gift. I can see inner life in addition to the mundane. You cannot know that a fruit has rotten from the inside until a blade slices it in two. I can see the rot from far away. It roils like swamp mud, oozing through the bright peel. Anger and boredom, sadness and joy. Everything that people shut away inside themselves is revealed to me like colors on the canvas of my world. You will hear no objection. As the only voice of our family on this vessel, it is an honor. As long as your questions are courteous, I will answer every one of them. Oh, yes. The navigators of the house came to the Coronis Expanse fairly recently, a mere 208 years ago. Before that, our ancestors expanded the borders of humankind's dominion for the glory of the Emperor, blazing trails to different corners of the galaxy. Just as a rogue trader stands at the head of a protectorate, a Novator heads a navigator house. It is the Novator who decides where to look for alliances and which path their bloodline is destined to tread. As for our house, the transfer of power to a successor is currently underway. In the meantime, Great Regent Elronto Orselio is ensuring the stability of the house. So, says Regent Elronto. Nothing is decided yet. Some people in the house become enshrouded in rolling grey clouds at the thought of me becoming the Novator. But even more are bound with dull leaden chains. They think I am not ready for such a burden. You are shrewd indeed. My ancestor charted that route while fleeing the enemies of humanity. They say the Emperor himself was his guide, because the warp expelled their vessel without a single loss. Unfortunately, the lips of those who relate this tale seep with disgusting green hubris. I think Colleen Orselio was simply a skilled navigator. By all means. Sister Argenta shines like a guiding star, inspiring resolve in those around her, seemingly inexplicably. However, I see a dark and ugly fog billow behind her, contrasting sharply with her shining light. It burdens the Sister of Battle. It drags her down. Yet Argenta herself is hardly aware of it. Seneschal Viserion is among the few whose colors are a pleasure to look at. Whenever the Seneschal speaks, heavenly crystal clarity spreads around him. And whenever he is angered, dark blue clouds condense over him. And in his rare moments of joy, a pure gleam of sunset pink caresses the souls of those near him. Out of your entire retinue, Lord Captain, he is the only one I would trust with my life. Idira's emotions are like a maelstrom, bright, unbridled, enveloping her form like a wondrous kaleidoscope of colors. And as dangerous as a twisting warp storm. The riot of colors hides the truth from my eyes. What exactly is driving this woman? Is it her own will, or is it the Immaterium, Lord Captain? Right here? Are you sure?
Well,
of course.
did not expect to
Let
start
us turn
moments
from
like
personal matters to more pressing concerns. I have enjoyed your company. Thank you for the conversation.
Let's check the helmsman quickly. Yeah, let's ask the high factotum. Factotum. Enough for now. These boots would have been great for our melee guy, but not now, I guess. Let's check the quarters quickly, if there's anything new. This should be enough. And that's gonna be the end for today. I'll continue tomorrow, I hope. But that's it for now. Bye bye.